So once again, we should have modified cars moving into the stadium lanes. Once those first two lanes are filled up, please overflow into lanes 5 and 6, please. One and only time run here for the modified class. We do have some doubles. You probably see those guys maybe a couple times, but otherwise just one time run session offered here today. And it is starting off with modified, and then we will move into Super Comp, qualifying run number 3 for the weekend. That will follow this modified class, which is our biggest class. Well over 100 cars last night in round number 1. And it was Tim Stout. Tim Stout getting his picture taken in the winner's circle last night. Friday night Moneymaker champion, beating Jeremy Johnson in the final by 1/1000th of a second in the final round. Just about ready to get going here with Modify. Those drivers can start preparing to come out on the track. We are on Drag Racer TV this morning. If you are here with us and your friends are not here with us, make sure you send them a text message and let them know Drag Racer TV is broadcasting the entire weekend, and we heard nothing but compliments after yesterday's broadcast and last night. It is a lot of guys out there in the world that have real jobs, and I've heard about this, but I don't know if I'd recommend it. But if they're at work and they cannot get here, and it's even better to get paid at work and watch Drag Racer TV all day. So I know a few guys that did that. So if you got some friends that can't be here or family, let them know they can still watch. It's on Drag Racer TV the entire weekend. Here we go, lane 7 and 8 in, buckle up. Here we go. So a 3-day point series was also offered to this group, and you had to sign up to get into the deal, and 24 different entries entered. And after night 1, Tim Stout took his entry to the final round and won the deal, so he's in the lead without a buyback. So Stout is in the lead for the weekend points over Jeremy Johnson. Not all the time do both finalists get full points. Obviously, with the way the world of bracket racing works with buybacks, many times the winner is a first round loser as well, maybe. So, but last night that was not the case. Both finalists got full points, and Stout is in the lead over Jeremy Johnson for the weekend points as well. And here we go. Joe Whitaker and Dominic White leading us out of the stadium lanes. White, the Muncie, Indiana young man in a 97 S10, and Joe Whitaker sitting behind the wheel today. Gen 3, Sumner, Michigan, Daytona. Last time down the track, Joe won the final round here a couple weekends ago on a Sunday, and he continues on here with a 006 reaction time. 011 for White in the truck. Great start to the day here in No Box. Both drivers killer on the tree. Andy Wingo and Danny Gales Jr. Danny's excited over the left-hand lane, burning across the starting line with a Mustang out of Bronson, Michigan. And Andy Wingo from Gaylord, the familiar Pontiac Fiero with a big block Chevrolet for power. Red light out of the Pontiac in the right-hand lane and a 568.3, 122. Danny with a nice 826, 88-mile-per-hour run. Adam Howard's Nova in the right-hand lane out of Battle Creek, and Tim Flynn. The boys from Illinois made a little noise last night. Didn't get to the ladder, but they turned on some wind lights. Naperville, Illinois, Barracuda. 007. It's going to be a serious day here in No Box. $5,000 to win the class on a 638 for the Illinois car, 652 for Adam. The truck of Randy Reed and Rich Fields, who's the other half of the Naperville, Illinois team, 66 Chevrolet Chevelle, big block Chevy, and the Ford Ranger of Randy Reed from Ionia, Michigan in the right-hand lane. Red light, green light. Reed missed by 0.03 of a second. The Chevelle runs 608, 112, and a 660, 802 in the right-hand lane. Super Sleeper. Zach running left-hand lane. He's also running in the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association with the Oldsmobile Calais. And John Botka, the 67 Chevrolet Camaro out of West Olive, Michigan. Good looking launch there. The Calais carrying him out past the 60-foot beams. And a 608, 110. 625 out of the Camaro at 109 miles per hour. Dave Wells and Dick Paniger Jr. Milan, Michigan Malibu station wagon and Pullman, Michigan S10 pickup truck in right-hand lane for Dave Wells. Dave, after last night's event, is in number 4 spot in that weekend points with one of his entries. He is a double-up guy. He'll have 2 entries going here in No Box today. 0:30 and an 0:67 reaction time. A 6:03, 113 to a 7:12, 94.97 miles per hour. Billy Meyer. Burnout in the Duster in the right-hand lane. Manawhan, Michigan, and one of the Ohio cars with us this weekend. Out of Toledo, the 65 Chevy 2 of Ron Smith. The 006 red light for the Ohio Chevy 2. Billy turned it green. They run 623, 109 to a 686, 98.14 miles per hour. Keith Grubaugh, the Chevelle from St. John's, Michigan, and Chris Messbergen, Chevy 2 out of Norton Shores. Couple Chevrolets here making their time run. Keith and Chris. Give it to Keith here, 654, 103, and a 704 for Chris at 95 miles per hour in the Chevy 2. John Haltman and Paul Adamitis. 65 Ford Mustang in the left-hand lane for Paul. And John in the Nova from Bannister, Michigan. Couple nice leaving cars here when they leave the starting line. Identical 25 reaction times and a 6 flat to a 633, 106 miles per hour. William D. Gibbons out of Detroit, 86 S10 pickup truck, and John Erskine from Freeland, Michigan, 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Concession stands open. You wanted to give something to eat or drink this morning. Concession stand is open up here behind the grandstands. Also, the Motorplex souvenir building open. You didn't get over there and check out the T-shirts and sweatshirts that are available in the Motorplex souvenir building. Behind the second set of bleachers. Drivers here with the red light start. The truck, a 624. '69 Camaro runs 641.9, 107 miles per hour. Roger Reed and Ryan Voss on the straight line. Ryan left lane, the 91 Ford Mustang. Roger in the Ford Fairmont in the right-hand lane. Ford Mustang 641, 104, and a 676-1 at 99.91 miles per hour for Roger Reed. Next pair on the starting line, a left-hand lane, going to be Joe Stowe, 68 Chevrolet, and Kevin Reeder in the truck out of Belleville, going to run down the right-hand lane. Red light, green light here. It'll be a green light 618 run and a red light 654 run for Joe Stowe. Olds Generation, the Oldsmobile in the right-hand lane of Scott Bartlett out of Lambertville, Michigan. Taking on Michaela Hemmerline, the junior dragster graduate, driving the family Oldsmobile out of Unionville, Michigan. 18-year-old young lady, small block Chevy powered Cutlass. .009 for Michaela. A red light for Scott. 635.9, 107 to a 758 at 88.41 miles per hour. Jerry Unger. Jerry in the right lane out of Holton, Michigan. 80 Plymouth Arrow taking on Chuck Reynolds in the left-hand lane. Farwell, Michigan, Monte Carlo. Talked to Jerry in the tower up here yesterday for a minute, and he missed his first events of the year out here Memorial Day weekend. We really couldn't figure out why. Well, come to find out he was sideswiped on the way to the track. Well, his car jumps to the right. Had a nice 006 light, goes 627. Maybe as fast as I've seen that car, 108. Brian Kuda and Mike Kane are next. Well, good-looking old hot rods here. 1972 Maverick in the left, 1973 Challenger in the right. .046 for Mike and an .063 for Brian. 603 and a 658. Toby Croning out of Byron Center, Michigan, driving the Chevrolet S10 pickup truck. And Aiden Lutsky, Langston, Michigan, 79 Chevrolet Camaro. Perfect light for Lutsky. 000 perfect. Right lane, a 592 out of the truck, 116 miles per hour to a 673.2 at 100.93. Paul Phillip in Kalamazoo, Michigan, 67 Ford Fairlane. Going to race Tom Bray from Mears on a 90 Camaro on the right side. Tom with an 0.29, Paul with an 0.59. And down the finish line, it'll be a 6.94 to a 7.33, 93-mile-per-hour run. Joe Percy Jr., John Kutzik. Coming left-hand lane, Lennox, Michigan, Chevelle. The pizza cook out of Davison is Joe Percy Jr., the Mustang. .018 for the Ford, 119 for the Chevrolet, 605, 115 miles per hour, 649, 106.35. Big smoky burnout across the start line for Carl Graves in right-hand lane. Then Lou Robertson's truck on the left side. .030 and an 0.52 reaction time. Robertson runs 5.65 at 120 to a 5.85, 118 miles per hour for Carl. Ford Mustang of Ron Williams being right-hand lane. And Jason Hemmerline. No box in it with the Chevrolet Camaro in left lane. .034 for Jason is Camaro. He's going to run a 5.33, 131 to a 6.40, 106 miles per hour in the right-hand lane for Williams. Jeremy Johnson was 1,000th of a second away from putting the black Malibu in the winner's circle last night. Settled for runner-up. And Chuck Johnson, 69 Dodge Cornet, Shelby Township, Michigan, left-hand lane. Jeremy with an 0.20 reaction time. Chuck was 123. 651, 704 miles per hour to an 817, 83.53 miles per hour. Neil Swain and Brian Balasik. Neil in the Jeep out of Portland, Michigan. Brian, left lane, 1973 Dart Sport, 540 cubic inches. Red light for Neil. 0.23 on the green side for Brian. Jeep runs 582, 117, and a 596, 114 mile per hour run for Brian Balasik in the left-hand lane. A couple blue Chevrolets rolling starting line here. Mark Martinez, Birch Run, Michigan Chevy 2, taking on the 69 Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane. This is the it's a new entry today. I don't have this one in the computer yet, but this is the gentleman from Florida that showed up here over Memorial Day weekend, and he knew what was going on. Let's just go with that. Earned it red there, 18 on the wrong side. Martinez is 18 on the right side. And a 603, 112, 773 at 89 out of the Camaro. Dan Gorby's Harlan Sharp 69 Chevrolet Camaro coming up in the left-hand lane out of Sheridan, Michigan. Out of Team Phil Velt here. Got the boss watching out there this morning, taking some photos. And Frank Cervantes out of Portage, Indiana. 1968 Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane. 12:14 reaction time. Both drivers hitting the tree pretty darn good here on their time run. A 6:13 to a 6:18 elapsed time. 2S10's going to run here next. The VP Racing Fuels Chevrolet of Joe Brown out of Fenville in the right lane. Tracy Muchler's Chevrolet S10 Grass Lake, Michigan in the left-hand lane. .009 and an 010 reaction time right there. Brown with a 6:29, 107 miles per hour. Tracy Muchler runs 6:30 at 109.68 miles per hour. Pontiac in the right-hand lane. Just going by the car number, I don't have it in here, but I think that's James Coe out of Cadillac. And taking on Jason Jenkins from Coleman, Michigan in the Ford Mustang. Both deep stagers running side by side here. 004 in the left, 060 in the right. 802 at 88 miles per hour to a 945 at 76.10 miles per hour. Get our next pair rolled up in here in the water box. Dominic White, Muncie, Indiana S10, left-hand lane, and Stan Jones Jr., 69 Chevy Corvette out of Byron Center in the right-hand lane. .021 for the Chevrolet Corvette. Stan Jones runs 593, 115 to a 594, 915 for Dominic White. Righteous Ride, Warren Smith, Temperance, Michigan, and Al Majewski, Howell, Michigan. It's a 56 Chevrolet with a big block 565 cubic inch power plant. Red light for Warren by 004. Green light for Al and a 607 or 12 mile per hour run. Dave Chittenden, Ford Mustang Nunavut, Michigan in the right lane. Taking on Al Bouchard, Allegan, Michigan, 73 Duster. First run of the weekend here for Al. Both drivers with great reaction times here. 011 for Al and 003 for David. 620 with a 0, 110 miles per hour for the Mopar. To a 643.3, 105 miles per hour for the Ford. Chris Heminger and Mike Kelly are next. Mike will be in the left-hand lane of the Mustang. Chris in the Oldsmobile. Had a pretty decent night going last night in the bracket. The bracket race, the Friday night 2 grander. I think Chris may have lost the 5th round, maybe? A red light for Mike in the left lane. Chris is green, 045. 618 and a 722. Jamie Ritzman on a motorcycle out of Zeeland in the right-hand lane. The Olding motorcycle entered in competition, taking on Eric Doobie out of Frankenmuth, Michigan. 74 Duster. Eric had a pretty good evening out here last night, and I'm guessing the highlight might have been a one-pack, I think it was, against the $1 million winner, Donnie Hagar, in about round 4, 5, maybe it was. He's out with an 0.27 reaction time. The motorcycle in 0.34, 6.47, 113 to a 7.20 at 93 miles per hour for the Mopar. Rich Fields in the Chevelle, and Emma Helsel, 69 Chevy out of Lake City. Emma with a little bit of a red light there. Green light 013 for Rich on the finish line. A 6:08, 112 miles per hour, and a 7:42, 91.98 miles per hour. Kyle Yacko, Trenton, Michigan, Daytona in the left-hand lane, taking on last night's winner. The white S10 pickup truck of Tim Stout. Put it in the winner's circle and got his picture taken last night after winning the final round by 1,000th of a second in this class. .036 reaction time for Stout. A red light for the Mopar in the left-hand lane. It'll be a 6.65 to a 6.69 at 101 miles per hour. Tom Garlock, Pullman, Michigan S10 pickup truck, taking on Mark Hancock, the Ford Mustang left lane from Cedar Springs. So once again, the run order this morning, modified on the track right now. Super Comp, your final qualifying run will be right behind this crew, so have those cars ready to go. Super Comp, you are behind the no-box racers right here, and then it'll be our stock and super stock group, then top ET, then super gas. A red light start for Tom, a green light for Mark. 0.48 green. A 6.59, 104 to a 6.53, 105 miles per hour. Tim Flynn, the Barracuda, and Jeff Sanchez's good-looking little clean Chevy 2 out of Grand Ledge, Michigan, in the right-hand lane. .011 to an 090 on the let go there. 6.39.9 and a 6.28.3, 108 miles per hour. The Van Haren family got the Pontiac out in right-hand lane together again, taking on a Matt Knapp, Kalamazoo, Michigan Ford Ranger pickup truck. The Knapp boys made a little noise in last night's event, turned on some wind lights. .595, 114, and a 6.56, 104.84 miles per hour. The Huizinga for Congress. 86 Dodge Daytona in left lane. Tim Howard, Hamilton, Michigan. BP Racing Fuels on board. And Megan Bigelow, Spring Lake, Michigan young lady, driving the 77 Chevrolet Corvette. First run of the weekend here for Tim in the left-hand lane. He's 0:39. Megan with a 0:04 reaction time. Finish line 6:10 with a 9. A bunch of ones there for a mile per hour, 111.11. Megan runs 6:72.8 at 101.77 miles per hour. It's a great 0:04 reaction time. Andy Wingo and Mike Enam. Lawton, Michigan, Fairmont. Fierro from Gaylord. .567 for Andy and a 588 for Mikey. Alyssa Martin and Chris Messbergen. Chris in the Chevy Nova, left lane Norton Shores, Michigan. Alyssa in right lane Beaverton, Michigan, S10. Had a good opening night. Sure she wanted it to be a little bit better, but went down to the final 3 cars in opening night last night. So sitting right now in number 3 for the weekend points. She was not a buyback, earned full points last night. Beaverton, Michigan, S10 pickup truck. .057 to an .035 reaction time. Alyssa's going to run a 6:26.2, 106 to a 7:040 at 95.77 miles per hour. The home brew. Pat Nye, Bad Axe, Michigan. Just love saying Bad Axe, Michigan. 68 Dodge Dart in the left-hand lane, taking on Jason Hicks on the right-hand side. Lansing, Michigan, Old Cullis. We have not seen Pat in a few years. The homebrew car, one of the hitters from the Thumb here in Michigan. Bring him up and putting on a show. Then it appeared to have a little shifting issue maybe. Did a huge wheel stand, but I'm not sure it went into gear number 2. You just kind of coast down through there at 51 miles per hour. Jason ran a 6:91. Tyler Nelkin, Ford Mustang right-hand lane out of Fraser, Michigan. Tyler Howard sitting in the Nova this time. Battle Creek, Michigan, 16-year-old driver. Do some doubling up on the Nova today. Tyler will be racing with Adam in the Chevy. .005 and an .034. Nelkin with a 6:01.4, 113 miles per hour to a 6:65.1, 102.54 miles per hour. The Chevy Vega in right-hand lane. Jeff Alexander taking on the 1997 S10 truck, Pullman, Michigan, Dave Wells. Attention in the pits, attention in the pit area. We need Super Comp for your final qualifying run. Qualifying run number 3, Super Comp, lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp, lanes 3 and 4. A red light for Nate Alexander, an 057 for Dave Wells in the truck. 613 and a 597, 114 miles per hour. Super Comp, you have been called to the lanes. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Comp. Adam Green and Ron Hagar. Rolling on the start line, the Chevy 2 out of Fostoria, Michigan. 1966 Chevrolet. Taking on Ron Hagar, Clark Lake, Michigan. And the 79 Pontiac Starfire. .2 miles per hour. William D. Givens. Detroit, Michigan. 86 S10 pickup truck. Taking on the $50,000 champ a few years back. Tom Aratikas was the first ever to do it on the bottom. The 69 Barracuda. And Tom is being shut off here on the start line. He is leaking fluid, so we'll make a single run. Pickup truck. And something coming out of the bottom of the Barracuda. 624, 107 miles per hour. Good catch by the starting line crew out there. Looks like nothing major, but definitely a stream of something out of the bottom of the Barracuda. So maybe just an overflow can or something left open. I'm sure Artikas will get that fixed. They will back it up and take care of that. Just a little bit of mopping going on out there, and we will get back at it as Jordan Mikula and Al McChesney wait their turn here. Running through our one and only run here for our no-box competitors, Super Comp. Super Comp, you have been called to lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp, lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp to the stage lanes. Here we go back at it. Jordan McDonald, go left hand Sumner, Michigan. Racing Dodge Ford pickup truck in the high precision Plymouth out of Freeland. 1967 Belvedere of Al McChesney. to 101.63 miles per hour. Kevin Huntley, Beulah, Michigan, 1967 Dodge Dart. Kevin's a highway line painter during the week. Racing his Mopar on the weekends, taking on Donnie Hagar, the A&A Manufacturing VP Racing Fuel Chevy Vega. Car in the left lane that this may become, may have been the most publicized sportsman car in America last year. Hagar won the $1 million race. And then he followed that up with track championship at Martin. About anything. Actually, of all the stuff he won, he did win a one of the moneymaker events out here last summer that just seems uneventful compared to some of the other stuff he won. So certainly a lot of ink was published last summer, last fall, with that green Chevy Vega. Joe Brown up next, the VP Racing Fuels truck, and Jeff Alexander's Monza in the right lane out of Howard City, Michigan. Side, Monza run 601. Pickup truck ran 628, 107 miles per hour. The Ohio Mulch King Chevy 2. Ron Smith and Kevin Reeder in the S10 pickup truck to the right-hand lane. 132. Mark Daniels, 98 Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane. South Boardman, Michigan. The LS guy. Take on A.J. Selleck, Orleans, Michigan Beretta. 434 powered machine, and I believe this is probably the first run of the year for A.J. Selleck. With an 017 reaction time and a 5:45, not bad for the first run of the year, 126 miles per hour. Mark with an 027 and a 6:33, 109 in the right lane. Scott Kiefer, Detroit, Michigan, 55 Chevrolet, taking on Danny Gales in the left-hand lane, Bronson, Michigan. Scott works down there at CFE during the week. If you recognize the CFE sticker, it's because they do mostly NHRA Pro Stock work. They do cylinder heads. They're one of the best at getting the most out of an intake and a cylinder head, and have been Carl Folt's company down there. And Scott's one of the lead men down there during the week, doing work for Team Elite and many of the top teams in NHRA. Through a 606, 113 miles per hour to an 819, 88.93. Jaden Durst, Fosteria, Ohio, S10 pickup truck in the right-hand lane. Take on Ken Hansen, Crystal, Michigan, 1966 Chevrolet Impala. Durst made the trip from Ohio with the S10. Down in those parts, he's known to be one of the best on the bottom bulb. Take on Ken Hansen, which is a multi-time champion WVRA division champ. 019 red, 028 green for Jaden. Jaden runs 642 at 105 and an 854 at 78 miles per hour. Tom Garlock going to take on the JDS Racing 69 Camaro. Jim Martin in the right-hand lane. Super Comp to the stadium lane. Super Comp to the stadium lanes. Kelly Smith runs a 512 after a 008 reaction time in the Roadster. Jeremy Johnson, 652.7, 104.28 miles per hour. Mackenzie Kearns and Chris Kozlik next. Kozlik in the Vega Wagon, Grand Haven, Michigan. Mackenzie comes from Milan, 94 Chevrolet Cavalier. out there right now on 638, 105 to 676, 88.60 miles per hour. G&M Racing Chevy 2, Jason Mikula, left-hand lane. Mike Stokes, Beulah, Michigan. Mike had one of the most memorable runs of the weekend so far in his first time run out here yesterday. This thing stood up, straight up, and I'm pretty sure he went to a foot brake mode here. Both drivers red on the tree. Attention in the pits, attention in pit area. Great Lake Stock and Super Stockers to lane 7 and 8, please. Great Lake Stock and Super Stockers to lane 7 and 8 for your qualifying round, please. Great Lake Stock and Super Stock to lane 7 and 8. Tom Artikas, get the Barracuda. Back up. The only driver to win the OG50 without a delay box right here, Tom Artikas. 6:33, 108 miles per hour. Getting ready to switch things over to the quarter mile and do the 890 Super Comp class. Part of the Rockin Super Shootout and Corrigan Racing Fuels and Munn Manufacturing, the sponsors of the Super Comp and Super Gas classes this weekend. Big money up for grabs here on the Pro Tree NHRA cars. They're racing for $5,000 to win today. Here we go. Third in the final qualifying round towards that $5,000 to win Super Comp class today. Rob Goins and Dave Goins on the starting line. Rob left-hand lane. Rob, Orlando, Florida, 2019 American car, ran 894.6 best yesterday. Dave in right-hand lane. New Hudson, Michigan undercover dragster, ran an 894.4. As far as qualifying goes, try to get as close to the 890 index as you can without going under. 11 to a 007. The quarter-mile finish line, 893s on the scoreboard there, 8931 to an 8936. So a little bit of improvement for both drivers by about 100th of a second. Pat Martin and Rock Haas rolling out next. Rock was the shootout champ out here last night in the dragster backing up Haas and Carruthers, 2010 American car. He is a best run yesterday of 891.7 in qualifying, taking on Pat Martin left lane out of London, Ohio. 08 American dragster, ran a best of 895.5. The 20th best on the list. Well over 30 Super Compers making qualifying runs yesterday. Rock's 021, that was 112. 882, but look at Pat Martin, 890 with a 2. 184.76. He will dig that. Yep, that's a good one. That'll get him number 1. 890 with a 2 goes to the top of the list. Great Lake Stock and Super Stockers, you have been called. Great Lake Stock and Super Stockers, lane 7 and 8, please. Jim Glosson and Mark Meyer, a couple of the Illinois competitors here. Meyer in the right-hand lane out of Fulton, Illinois. 1995 dragster, got those little front wheels up front, and Jim Glosson out of Lake Villa, Illinois. It's a Danny Nelson Racecraft chassis car with a 632 big block. Both drivers went 891 yesterday. Old 13 green for Glosson. On the quarter-mile finish line, 887 to an 8913. Very good consistency there for Glosson. He varied 1,000th yesterday to today, 91.2 and a 91.3. Jimmy Glosson backing up over the left lane in Racecraft chassis car, taking on Dave Kovar Jr., Coal City, Illinois. S&W car. The Fonz putting him into the beams here. Dave used to bracket race with Dave Kovar Sr. a long time ago, and then he went funny car racing for a while, and now he's crew chiefing for Dave Kovar Jr. out there, the 23-year-old out of Illinois. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock. For Dave, and a top end, 888's on the scoreboard down there. A little too quick by 200ths of a second. So no improvement for either driver on the qualifying list right there. Nate Kelly backing up in the right-hand lane out of Manteno, Illinois, taking on Sonny Niemitz. Sonny out of Warsaw, Indiana, did not go down the track yesterday for a qualifying run, so this will get him on the sheet. And Nate in right-hand lane was a 24th best yesterday. Won an 897.3. Finish line, it'll be an 8.917. Look at Niemitz. He'll put himself on the sheet with a pretty darn good run right off the bat. Nate runs 8.93 too, so that's an improvement by about 400ths of a second. Good pair right there. Steve Hoyt in the right-hand lane, Fort Wayne, Indiana dragster, went 891.9 yesterday, and the king of the burnouts in Super Comp is Dean McIlvaine, New Carlisle, Ohio. He builds a bunch of these dragsters. McIlvaine Race Cars, a sponsor. This is a 2023 chassis for Dean, and this will get him on the list. He did not go down the track during qualifying yesterday, so this will set the tone for Dean. An 889.8 for McIlvaine. He just misses the number on his only qualifying shot by 2 thou. Steve went 887.7 at 181 miles per hour. Leo's into the third. Clinton Township, Michigan, a 2018 American 632 cubic inch. And Leah Wishmeyer out of Brownsburg, Indiana, and a McIlvaine car in the left-hand lane. Leah went 898 best yesterday. It was an 895.7 best for Leo. Well over 180 miles an hour. And down to the finish line, 891.7 in the left-hand lane. Nice pass there. 89.0 for Leo at 182 miles per hour. Just a skosh too quick on the index. Steve Bueller and Ben Bear. Ben's in the left-hand lane, Coal City, Illinois dragster. And Steve in right lane, Freeport, Michigan, a 23 McIlvaine car. Mentioned yesterday, Steve coming off maybe his best win in Super Comp. He won the NHRA Lucas Oil Series event 1 week ago at Norwalk, Ohio. Down the finish line, it'll be an 891.5 for Bueller. That'll be an improvement, 182.92. And Ben Bear runs 886.8, so he'll stick with his best of 892.1 yesterday. Jeffrey Torbeck and Dane DeBatis, Hull, Michigan 05 M&M car in the right-hand lane. And Torbeck left-hand lane, Braidwood, Illinois, Racecraft chassis dragster. Torbeck ran 97.1 best yesterday, and Dane ran a 9:01.8 yesterday. Red lights 8 and 3 up there. A little earlier there for Jeffrey, 43 red. On the quarter of a mile, it'll be it. Look at Dane DeBatis, nailed it. 890 with a 5. 183 miles per hour and an 888.1, 173 for Torbeck. So Dane put him in they ran a 90 with a 5, which seems like that maybe number one, that's down there number 4 right now on the list. And we have 6 drivers run 890s so far in qualifying. Larry Wachilski out of Chicago, Illinois, the VRN dragster in the left-hand lane, taking on Dan Seaman out of Bellevue, Ohio. He was our number 1 qualifier going into this qualifying session yesterday. He went at 890 with a 4. And he has been called down that right here. Larry left-hand lane 47. Finish line 86 and a 9 flat on the scoreboard. Chad Lamont and Kimbra Fusing out there in the straight line. Lake Villa, Illinois, McIlvain car in the right-hand lane. Lamont, Spring Grove, Illinois, McIlvain car in the left-hand lane. This will be at Kimbra on the list. Made a time run yesterday, but did not go down during the qualifying session. Got here a little later in the day. So this will get Kimbra on the list. Chad ran at 892.7 best yesterday. At 178 to an 891.9. So Chad improves by about 8 thou, 175 miles per hour. Elena Haas backing up in the right-hand lane, your reigning champion in this event here, the Rockin' Super Shootout. Commerce, Michigan, McIlvain car taking on Scott Mackey. He was in the finals yesterday of the 890 Shootout last night. Profab dragster out of Fort Myers, Florida. Elena looking to improve on an 8.942 that she ran yesterday. Mackey went right on the number. He went 890 with a 7. He's number 5 on the list. He did that part real well. Let's see if we can hit a 90 here. Finish line 90 with a 2 for Elena Haas. 006 light and a 90 with a 2. I think that'll be okay with the camp. Scott Mackey left lane went 89.0. So Elena 890 with a 2 goes to number 2. Warren Goetsch and Chris Tenuta on a straight line. Kenosha, Wisconsin, Miller dragster. He'll be in the left lane. Warren Goetsch out of Custer Park, Illinois, the worthy dragster. Ran an 891.6 out here yesterday. Pretty large group from the Midwest Super Comp Series out here racing. We want to welcome all those guys and thank them for making the trip and joining in the Rockin' Super Shootout. And it's become a pretty darn fun event here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Tenuta and Goetsch on the starting line. Stock and Super Stockers should be out there at 7 and 8. Around the quarter of a mile, it'll be an 8.889 and an 890 with a 4 for Tenuta, 180 miles per hour. So a big improvement for Chris Tenuta. He had a 9 flat best, and now he goes 890 with a 4. Tony Pontillo and Chuck Graves Sr., Tony left lane, Kenosha, Wisconsin, undercover chassis dragster. Chuck Graves in the only door car, full-bodied car in competition in Super Comp. Joliet, Illinois, but he laid down an 890 with a 5 yesterday, so he's qualified very well. 552 cubic inches of Thunderbird. Out there and down the finish line, it'll be an 8.893. Little bit quick for Chuck, and an 8.92.1. Tony wants the same deal. Tony has won 8.92 with a 1, 8.92 with a 3, and 8.92 with a 9. Pat Lamont and Carla Pontillo. Carla in right-hand lane, Kenosha, Wisconsin. It's one of those new folk race cars. Got the suspension on the front and the back. Taking on Pat Lamont out of Lake Villa, Illinois with the American car. 891.7 the best for Pat yesterday. Carla only has a 9 flat for a best so far, so she's got plenty of room for improvement right here. Pat nearly perfect at 003. Finish line here, it'll be 893 for Carlos, so a big improvement, 175. Pat runs 887.6 at 176.99 miles per hour. So we move to our one car. Reno Nanini, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin, BRN Dragster, 600 cubic inch Ford power with an 890 with a 9 yesterday best. Sitting right now number 8 on the list. Reno, the young 19-year-old driver out of Wisconsin. Vince standing back, watching. 002 red light. Little puff, and kick it into butt. Here we go to the finish line. Another puff. 886.9. One too many puffs. 176.71 miles per hour. After the 002 red light. We are going to switch things up, keep it quarter mile racing, but we're going with the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association final qualifying session for those cars. Roughly 50 of them on the grounds yesterday. We're going to lead it out of the gate here with Mark Howard and Mike Wagner. Mike in Lapeer, Michigan, Motown Missile. 426 cubic inch Hemi-powered Challenger. Mark Howard, the hard block VP Racing Fuel 69 Chevy Camaro, Hamilton, Michigan. Team Veldheer. Big wheel stand in 69 Camaro here on the left-hand side. Time. Mike Wagner's 0.14 on the react in the right-hand lane. Down the finish line, it'll be a 9:48, 142 miles per hour. Mark runs 10.90 with a 2 at 119.56 miles per hour. It's our next pair. Well, starting line. Scott Bartlett in the left-hand lane, Lambertville, Michigan. Olds Generation 79 Olds Delta 88, and Steve Carpenter. Stick shift 67 Chevy 2 out of Jackson, Michigan. Steve may have actually pulled gear number 2 a little too quickly there. He pulled, the wheels were in the air, and he's a 006 on the tree and a 1003, but that baby slammed down as soon as he pulled her into second gear. 1229, 105 for Scott Bartlett. Who am I to give lessons on how to drive a stick shift? Scott Klingler and Doug Wright. Doug in the right lane, the Plymouth Belvedere. He's a winner out here at the Motorplex earlier this season with the Nostalgia Super Stocker out of Waterford, Michigan. And Scott in the Copo Camaro with VP Racing Fuels all over the side of it over there at Ortonville, Michigan. He's a dealer for VP Racing Fuels. Here we go. 26 red for Klingler. It's been quarter-mile drag racing here in the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. 9:17, 145, and a 10:65, 128.16 miles per hour. The All-Star Performance 442 Oldsmobile coming up in the left-hand lane is going to be Jim Cakel Jr. out of Hartford, Michigan. Works down there at Lane Automotive during the week and sells the parts during the week and races them on the weekend. Paul Racer Brown at Cass City, Michigan, 68 Barracuda. Mentioned yesterday, Paul was a winner at the Lucas Oil Series race at Norwalk last weekend in Super Street. This is his Nostalgia Super Stocker, the Barracuda. Quarter-mile finish line. Racer Brown out in front with a 10:26, 132 miles per hour to 11:01, 119.79. Bettinghouse in the left-hand lane, the FDI Performance side. That's Tim Bettinghouse, Pearson, Michigan. 71 Chevrolet Chevelle station wagon. And Matt Hewitt, first run of the weekend. Right-hand lane, Milan, Michigan, Oldsmobile Achieva. Attention in the pits. Listen up. Attention to pit area. Top ET. Top ET for your one and only time run. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Top ET. Lanes 3 and 4. First run of the weekend. We'll be okay with that. The Oldsmobile Achieva going to go to the quarter mile. 972, 135 miles per hour to a 1236 out of the wagon, 107.86 miles per hour. Two more heading to the starting line. Bill Lent and Mike Sheehan. Mike in the right, Langsburg, Michigan Mustang. Bill in the left-hand lane, Norton Shores, Michigan Teacher. Driving the 02 Firebird, 231 cubic inch V6. Bill. Down the finish line, it'll be a 12:47, 107 to a 12:75, 103.37 miles per hour. Zasco, the original 69 Chevrolet Camaro of Jimmy Zaskowski in right-hand lane, Grand Rapids, Michigan, and Chris Lozon, Chatham, Ontario, Canada in the left-hand lane. 92 Achieva. It was a 50-50 drawing yesterday. We just wanted to congratulate 50 drawing of $600. There was a claimed winner. We had that question come up, but Phil Fitzpatrick was the winner of the 50-50 drawing out here yesterday. 983, 134 for the Canadian to an 1120, 118 for Jimmy Z. Brett Sarbro, Chris Roth, Essexville, Michigan for the Trans Am left lane, VCR Racing. And in the announcer's favorite car on the grounds, the 67 Chevy Corvette of Brett Sarbro. West Olive, Michigan, wheel standing 427 stick shift Corvette. Little red light there for Brett. 024 green for Chris. Heading down the finish line, Brett Sarborough runs 10:06, 131.71 to a 10:820, 122.59. David Curl and Chris Heminger heading to the starting line here. Chris in right-hand lane, and Cutlass, Williamson, Michigan, and David in that Nostalgia Super Stocker. It's a 1967 Satellite, a 512 cubic inch power plant. Once again, Top ET you have been called. Top ET, lanes 3 and 4. With a 0, 133 miles per hour for David, and 11:41.0, 116 miles per hour. Super Sleeper. We're going to get the door closed. Now we're ready. Zach running, Lapeer, Michigan, Oldsmobile, Calais, taking on Mooresville, North Carolina racer Russell Gint in the 94 Chevrolet Camaro in the right-hand lane. Barely red, a 001 red for the North Carolina racer. Zach's 006 red, and he runs a 967.2, 136 to a 10:07.4, 131 miles per hour for Russell Gint. The Jurgen-sponsored Nova station wagon in right-hand lane, 1965 Chevy 2 wagon of Ty Quasar. Rochester, Michigan, small block 283, taking on the Motor City Digital Mopar in left lane out of Troy, Michigan, Richard Jacob. Starting line, you can hear something in the drive line going away, and maybe we just stop and pull it over would be the quickest exit plan here. 10:92, 119 for Ty, but I am not so sure Richard Jacobs going to make it off the starting line as he coasts and coasts down through there. Obviously, something in the drive line between the front and the back. So we will go retrieve the 64 Plymouth and pull it down to the end here. So we'll be down here for just a minute. Don't appear like anything came out of the back of the car. Maybe a trans ring and pinion. So we'll hook on to the Mopar, and we will continue on here with a session here in the Stock and Super Stock. We have called Top ET to the State lanes. Top ET lanes 3 and 4 for your one and only time run. Got a little quiet time here for a moment. I want to thank each and every one of you for attending what is certainly turned into an outstanding event with large fields in every class offered, from the super classes, the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association. A very good show to put on, and obviously big money this weekend for our moneymaker racers, the no-box racers, and the outstanding showing from that crew as well. So just want to thank you all for attending the Motorplex this weekend and making this event into what it is and has turned out to be. So just about down to the end there. The word is that, it was a ring and pinion maybe, something in the rear end. So that's why if you're thinking that's as fast as they can pull that thing, well, it's probably doing a little clickety-clackety when they're pulling it down through there. So just kind of going slow, and they're about to the turnoff there. So we'll be back at it here in just a moment. And the good part about this whole deal was there was absolutely nothing leaked out of it, and there he clears the top end. So we'll be ready to go back at it. Continue on here with this, what is Q3 for our stock and super stockers, their third shot at qualifying. A couple of runs yesterday, and now a final run here this morning. Kevin Zaskowski and Gary Beamer are going to be out next. Nostalgia Super Stock in the right-hand lane, 63 Tempest, Attica, Michigan. And Zaskowski Family Racing here. This is Kevin Zaskowski, Rockford, Michigan. One of the rare automatic transmission cars you'll find in the Zasco crew. I would certainly assume Kevin is the outcast of the family. They will. He's not invited to all of the family events because he drives an automatic transmission. And here we go. 3 coming down. 7-9 reaction time. Down the quarter of a mile, Kevin's going to run a 11:41, under 13.70 miles per hour, doing 11:90 at under 11.22. Bill Rapley and Mike Warren. Here's a couple of the smallest engines you'll find in competition in this class. 250 cubic inch 6-cylinder in the 69 Camaro, and a 220 horse 283 in the Chevy 2. High winding car. Got a very loose converter in this one. There's 0.06 reaction time for Bill. Finish line, 11:20, 118 miles per hour. The stick shift car in the left-hand lane. Going to be a 15, or the 6-cylinder car, 15:17, 83.68 miles per hour. Mike Delahanty and Dan Olding out there next. Mike in the right-hand lane, Novi, Michigan, 64 Plymouth. Dan on the left side out of Heartland, Michigan, 1999 Monte Carlo. Long time drag racer. We were talking about Paul McCure and Ben Wenzel yesterday. Dan Olding's been right around with him. He's right near 80 years old, driving the Monte Carlo. Mike with an 012 light and a 1020, 128 to an 1105, 121.96 miles per hour. Paul Carr, the Checkmate late model 15 Camaro, Highland, Michigan. Grant Sarbro, Holly EFI, West Olive, Michigan Firebird in the right lane. Stick shift, couple of them on a start line here. They'll drop the clutch and they'll be busy inside these cars going down the track. Drivers in, here we go. Here we go, 5 and 38 reaction time. Checkmate out in front just a little bit as they head to the quarter of a mile. A 10:01, 133 to a 10:66, 125 miles per hour. Rainy running, Lapeer, Michigan, Oldsmobile Achieva. We're talking about this one in the tower last night. This one, this car leaves the starting line about as nice as you can. It picks him up, and then it kind of drives them up and drives them out a little bit. It's just a little different than the rest of the cars when they wheel stand. And Mark Jeltima, Jenison, Michigan, 71 Mustang in the left-hand lane, 351 cubic inch stick shift for Mart. So Mart with an 11:52 1:15 run. Randy ran 9:40 in the Achiever there at 139.96 miles per hour. Kyle Jeltima, Grand Haven, Michigan, 351 T-Bird with a stick shift in left lane out of Engine Pro Racing. In the 572 Copo in the right lane, Todd Loeffner, Midland, Michigan, physician during the week. One of those 572 Copos you've seen down at, I remember when those came out at PRI about maybe 2022, 3-4 years ago. Todd's got one. They had to pay, I'm going to tell you that right now. They weren't taking coupons, and they weren't half price by any means. He runs 972, 137 to 979, 135.91 per mile per hour. Mike Bustelny, chassis builder to the Superstock crew. Really the king of the Copos. He builds a ton of those Copo Camaros. 376 cubic inch Elmont, Michigan chassis builder in left lane. Taking on Julie Bierman. And the crop dusters are going to give us a little flyby here right over the top of the starting line. Xenia, Ohio for Julie. 68 Firebird. We had mentioned yesterday Julie, the winner of the event down in Chicago, Route 66 NHRA national event here less than a month ago. Took it to the winner's circle, and then last weekend, Norwalk, Ohio, and went to the final again to get runner-up. So I'm thinking they're looking at national points at this point of the gesture, very early in the year, but with a win and a runner-up on a national and a divisional, you're looking at national points and maybe getting enough events in to compete for a world championship. Patrick Downing coming up in the left-hand lane. Petersburg, Michigan, Cobra Jet, Varsity Ford, and Craig Sarbro, the stick shift, Grand Haven, Michigan, Chevy Nova. That one never wiggled though. That was the difference here. That was a different deal here. 1076 123, and that was a pretty instant deal. Craig never left the stage beams, and the motor wanted to go. Push the West Michigan Auto Body car back and continue on here. Here we go back at it. Justin Soldat and Shane Zaskowski coming on next. Zaskowski Builders, Ford Mustang, left-hand lane. This will definitely be a stick-shift car. And Justin Soldat out of Milford, Michigan, 2019 Mustang. Good-looking hot rod here. Shane is actually looking at the qualifying sheet right now. It's sitting number 4 at a 004 reaction time. That's how they qualify the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association by reaction time. They had a nice 004 to the top of the sheet. Justin just kind of eases off the starting line with the Mustang in the right-hand lane. 1022, 129, and 1255 at 21 miles per hour. Joe Jacob, Jake's Automotive Plymouth Fury in the right-hand lane. Sterling Heights, Michigan, 426 max wedge. And the guy that was 50% of the show out here last night went all the way to the final round in the stick shift Friday night shootout. The Checkmate Chevrolet Camaro of Hall of Famer Paul Mercure, 82 years old, in the left lane. Pulling the gears in the Checkmate Chevy, took it all the way to the final round last night to race Ben Windsor. Down the top end here, it'll be a 994 to a 1012, 131 miles per hour. Chevy 2 called the Pollock. Bill Zaskowski, Belding, Michigan, 66 Chevrolet with a small block and a stick shift. Taking on Dan Fabian out of St. Clair, Michigan, 64 Plymouth Fury with a max 440. Bill, one of the ringleaders of the Zasco crew out there, Bill and Jimmy, the brothers that started this whole deal. Now there's a bunch of them. I don't actually have the real count on how many Zascos are racing, but I'm sure it's double digits. We'll go with that. Well, they had some junior dragsters out here for years. Lorraine Lane runs 10:05, 130 to a 10:07, 133 miles per hour. The black Ford Mustang run the left lane is Rob Goins, taking on Ron Kern, 67 Chevy 2 at a mile in the right-hand lane. Here we go, 3 114 reaction time. Rob's 107 reaction time on the Mustang. And down the finish line at 992.8, 129 miles per hour to a 1242, 107.96. The Martins. The Oldsmobile rolling up in the right-hand lane. Jessica Comer sitting behind the wheel. Lansing, Michigan. Taking on Mackenzie Kearns this time out of Milan, the 94 Chevy Cavalier in the left-hand lane. Couple female super stock racers on the starting line right here. Very nice. The ladies showing you how to do it here. 004 and a 007 reaction time. Mackenzie in the left-hand lane, going to run 971, 138 to a 1233 at 105.55 miles per hour. Luke Oddish, Lake Orion, Michigan, 93 Firebird in the left-hand lane. First run of the weekend for Luke, taking on Brad Zaskowski, Grand Rapids, Michigan, 87 Chevrolet Camaro, 376 cubic inches, and a stick shift for Brad, our number one qualifier. He was 000 perfect out here yesterday, so that put him right at the top of the list. 032 for Luke. Down the finish line, Brad runs a 9:59, 127 to a 10:36, 127 for Luke. Ben Wenzel. He was the show out here last night. Him and Paul Mercure put one on. He won the stick shift shootout for Wenzel. Freeland, Michigan, 67 Chevrolet Camaro. 81 years old. Pulling the gears. And him and Paul put on a show last night. The story behind the car, if you weren't with us, they bought this brand new 67 Chevrolet Camaro in 1967. And drove it to the U.S. Nationals Indianapolis and won the event. And they've been racing it ever since. Nothing but a race car. First reaction time for Ben. Quarter mile laps time will be a 10:896, 119.76. So qualifying in the books for the stock and super stockers, We are getting ready to go in the top ET. Switch everything back to the 1/8 of a mile here. Our bracket class, our quickest bracket class, with the use of a lot more electronics than what the no box guys uses. Well, basically a delay box is legal in this class, where the modified class does not use a delay box. So I'm going to jump over on the computer and put some more names in the computer and turn it over to Mr. Drag Racer TV, Warren Evans. Going to talk for a little bit here and get us through top ET.
Thank you, Jeff. Top ET coming at you now. Electronics allowed in this category. Going to see some quick cars out here. The preponderance of bracket racing dragsters will be in this category. Randy Whitaker rolls out of the water box right now, left side of the track. If you were here yesterday, Randy Whitaker was 1/1000th of a second from perfect. He was trip zip at the starting line, dead on one at the finish line. Best lap of the day for Whitaker. Lance Craft over here on the right side. That's what the computer says, but I don't know if that's at the 8th mile. It's a 6:52 at 1:04 for Whitaker. Dragster right side, 11 on the tree, 5:05 at the top end, 136 miles per hour. Frank Piltz out of Cadillac, Michigan, left side of the track. That's the Nova, the door car. Right side, the barn find, patina look dragster over here. That's Paul Wolf out of Olivet. Max Sherrill built suspended dragster. Stage up for their 105 red for Wolf. Top end, it's a 5:03 at 136 right side for Wolf. Frank Piltz, 6:06, 115. Pat Ney, the homebrew Dodge Dart over there on the left-hand side. We saw him get it firmly on the wheelie bars earlier today in modified. Here he is in top alongside Mike Samoya. Tipton, Michigan. One of those American race cars built machines over here on the right. Got a 444 on the dial-in board. Savoya. 4:43.9 at 1:58. He would add it dials right. Meantime, blue machine logs off the starting line. He'll push it on through 15:56 at 95. But that lap is no good for Nate. Kyle Yacko, Trenton, Michigan. 86 Daytona, got the cowl hood on it there. Alongside one of the many S10s out here at Mid-Michigan Motorplex. This is Mike Kozlik from Grand Rapids. His little truck over here, that is the red truck on the right. The blue car on the left is Kyle Yacko. Six at 101. Mike Kozlik, 6:22 at 110. Next up, the half-track burnout for Rick Wanamaker. The Diamond Chassis machine goes clear out past the 330, but he hustles back. He'll be back in time before Terry Lee's Carmen Gia gets lined up over here on the right-hand side. Not too many of these still in existence anymore. The Carmen Gia populated with a 454 small block Chevy, it says. They must be really punched out. Wanamaker 455 at 150. Right side Terry Lee 593 at $1.24. Two more rolling out. It's the Duster left side, Saginaw, Michigan, the home for Dave McChesney over there, left side of the track. The FTI side over here in the Aeroquip Lane Automotive lane. Daryl Pollock. Pollock's dragster lines up on the right side of the track. Better right this time around on the dragster. Top end, it's a 476 at 145 for Daryl Pollock. Dave McChesney, 645 at 105. Another Duster lines up left side. That's Darren McChesney, Cairo, Michigan, and Bob Kelly. Kelly's Grand Rapids based dragster over here on the right. Kind of a multi-use machine. Close to the starting line, 3 down at the 8 mile, 655 at 103 for McChesney on the left. Kelly 554 at 122 over here on the right. Kenny Simpson eats up the Hoosiers there on his Nova. Simpson family, multi-generational racers. Probably heard of his dad, Ken Simpson, with a strip teaser dragster. Eric Paterka over here on the right. Brand new 2024 pipe rack over here. The Diamond Chassis machine out of West Bloomfield, Michigan. Paterka goes 476 at 144 right side. Left side Simpson 618 at 110. Two more coming at you now. Over on the left. That is Anthony Benedetti from Romulus, Michigan. The undercover car alongside Jamie Ritzema up on the Suzuki. Attention in the pit area. We need super gas. Super gas to the staging lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes. Super gas to the lanes. Stride to a 546. 546 for Benedetti at 125 miles an hour. And the Suzuki of Jamie Ritzema goes 719 at 105. Keith Helzel and Larry Bates bring their door cars up now. Both of them rolled off the assembly line in 1967. Left side the Nova, right side the Chevelle. Elzel out of Lake City, Michigan. That is the checkered flag machine over there on the right. 590 at 118 left side for Helzel. 602 right side for Larry Bates at 114 miles an hour. Evan Muchler, Grass Lake, Michigan. Understand it's his first weekend in a big car. And the big car is a little orange truck over there, the S10. Alongside Rob Lutsky out of Kent City. Rob went a long way last night here in Top Eliminator. Muchler's pickup truck, 625 at 110 miles per hour. Attention, Great Lakes stock, super stock racers. There will be a driver's meeting at Brad Zaskowski's trailer at 12:15. Once again, Great Lakes. There will be a driver's meeting at Brad Zaskowski's trailer at 12:15. Jason Mikula, 6 flat at 112. Jimmy Johnson, 595 at 115 in the Belvedere. Bob Miller, Springfield, Ohio-based dragster. He backs up now. He'll get himself aligned over there on the left side. And Alan Hodder did not like the way that burnout went, so he's backing up. He's going to give it another try. That is the Camaro out of Bay City, Michigan. That really sharp yellow and white third generation Camaro. Still didn't really get too much crank going on those Hoosiers. I'm guessing if they're nice and clean, they'll hook up just fine. Once again, Great Lakes stock, super stock racers. There will be a driver's meeting at Brad Zaskowski's trailer at 12:15. Super gas to the left. Red light on the left for Bob Miller. Gets to the finish line, 5:49 at 124. Alan Hodder, right side, 6:15 at 112. Lucas Fisher backing up now in the Quicksilver car. Got a little bottle on the back there just in case he needs to play a little catch up. Mark Hancock, left side, the Mustang out of Cedar Springs, Michigan. Again, these are top ET time runs. Dragster will get there first, as you would expect, 5:41 at 123. Hancock's Mustang, left side, 6:53 at 105. Steve Williams out of Macomb, Michigan over there. Williams' dragster lines up alongside the stylized Inco logoed Chevelle of James Vanderbrook out of Fife Lake, Michigan. That Orange Crush 69 Chevelle over here on the right. Williams 501 at 137. 501 at 137 for Williams. Vanderbrook 629 at about 12. Door cars coming at you right now. Sean Carver's Camaro, left side. The all-white machine on the left, Ken Bigelow. Right side, the 96 Beretta. That is the blue ride over here. Lurches a little bit to the right, straightens out, goes 539 at 130 miles an hour. Bigelow 539 at 130. Sean Carver 564 at 121. And sounds like we're going to go take a look out there on the racing surface. Reported maybe an errant object out there. So we'll go get that picked up, and then we'll get back to action. So Clay, our starter, is figuring out how tall exactly that retaining wall is. I know when I try to hop over it too, it's not the easiest thing. Top end of the track is where the report is of the errant object. So our top end crew out there taking a look for that. As soon as they give us the all clear, we'll get back to action. Again, Great Lakes Stock Super Stock Racers, be aware there will be a drivers meeting at Brad Zaskowski's trailer at 12:15. Here's another race car that went a long ways last night. That is Bob Payton over there, left side. Out of Fowlerville, the 63 Nova. Jim Martin over here on the right in his Camaro, the JDS machine. Side 658 at 102. Derek Gilman backs up now. The Diamond Dragster with the Sticky Mickeys on the back. The Z24 Cavalier left side. David Burghardt over there on the left-hand side. The high 584 at 115. on the left. Derek Gilman right side, 479 at 144. Jeff Burtis now. The Malibu wagon. Bob DeChaney over here on the right. 79 Malibu. He'll line up the scoreboard right side with a 577 at 118. Jeff Burtis, 578 at 117. Almost identical runs for the two Malibus. Jason Jensen pulls his dragster up now on the left side, the FTI side, alongside Dave Lawrence. Lawrence out of Benton Harbor, Michigan, 62 Chevy 2. Over here on the Aeroquip Lane Automotive side. Don't want to do that when he gets into eliminations. Very tardy to the party. Jason Jensen. Hey, I'm trying to talk here. Stop that. Jason Jensen, 462 at 147. Left side. Lawrence, 553 at 124. How about the Haas and Carruthers Camaro? First time I've seen that car. Keaton Carruthers out of Heartland, Michigan. 87 Camaro, full-bodied machine. Jerry Haas built hot rod over there on the left. And here's Jim Davis, the Cummings and Davis first-generation Camaro out of Berrien Springs, Michigan. Both of them got all the horsey they need under the hood. Good lap there for the maiden voyage this weekend. Jim Davis, 508 at 138. Tyler McCurry takes the blue machine over there. Dragster on the left. Westland, Michigan, the home. Alongside Dave Scherbandi from LaPorte, Indiana. Worthy chassis machine over here. That's the one with the wing. Tyler moves up. All the way through the stage beam, backed up. He's going to back into it. Now he's pulling forward. McCurry gets there first, left side, 483 at 140. Dave Scherbandi goes 502 at 136 miles per hour. Donnie Hagar over there, left side. Clark Lake, Michigan. Not sure if he's got a box in it now or not. Killer foot brake racer. Alongside Adam Green. Green from Fostoria, Michigan. 66 Nova on the right. Over there on the right, 687 at 98 miles an hour for Adam Green. Donnie Hagar, 647 at 105. 006 on the tree was just kind of in the way. Lane Ledford out of Stanton, Michigan. Had to go get him a real job. Can't go racing all the time now. And Scott Hornland out of Freeland, Michigan. Hornland had an adventurous day yesterday. Got down to 5 cars. Both of them stayed. For his first hit of the weekend. 470 at 145 for Lane. Scott Hornland, 484 at 142. Jeff Gilman, Marne, Michigan, coming up next. Looks like he's on a single. Hello, Max. Max has come to visit us up here in the tower. Hi, buddy. He was up starting there for the dragster. 453 at 151. Trey Goodson next up. We'll follow Gilman down the same lane over here, the right-hand lane. Goodson out of Hartford, Michigan, and his dragster. The dragster parade. Super Gas, final call. Super Gas, final call to the lanes. Super Gas, final call. Looks like most of you are there, but if you're not, you're up next. A little bit, and he leads 504 at 136 for Trey Goodson. One more coming at you now. The camouflage machine of Devin Payton out of Holly, Michigan. For my good buddy Tom Gall, Gallstar TV. Get the privilege to work with Tom in about a month up at Tri-State Raceway for his 4th of July event. Looking forward to that. Devin carrying the banner there for Gallstar TV. Finish line 477. Not sure why I tried to talk over a Pro Charger. 477, 144 miles an hour. Coming up next, here is the Pro Charged Camaro, Mark Daniels. So as I recall, Daniels had some trouble with the car yesterday. 652 at 116. Rod's got a lot of potential. Final pair here in top ET. Mark Howard backing up now. The Diamond Dragster hustling back over there on the left. And Evan Davis over here on the right side from Charlotte, Michigan. The auto technician with a very patriotic wrap there on the right-hand side. Super Gas, final qualifying will be up next. That's 481 at 142 for Mark Howard on the left. Evan Davis, 503 at 136. Jeff Ledford's got all the tech card situations squared away. So I'm going to step back out of the way and let him tell you about final qualifying here in Super Gas.
Well, here comes our final category for time runs or qualifying here this morning, and it's going to be NHRA 990 Super Gas class. We'll get them qualified before setting the ladder here. Our first pair, Tom Diamond and Dave Sears. Sears, the 64 Ford Falcon in the right-hand lane. 598 cubic inch of big block. He taking on Tom Diamond and Dublin, Ohio 27 Ford Roadster Racer. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pit area. Double entered, no boxers. Double entered, no boxers. Round one of eliminations. We're going to give you about a 2-minute head start here. Double entered, no boxers. We're going to give you just a couple minute head start for our heavy lanes. Double entered, no boxers. We're calling you first. Ahead of this 8 lanes, you're going to have about a 3-minute head start. 9-9, look at that. First car, 9,900. Dave Sears, 020 light, guaranteed number 1. 990 with a 0. Diamond runs a 94.9, which not even close. Come on, Tom. Steve Theodore and Leo Zinda. First pair, making it look easy, 990 with a 0. Leo in the right lane, the Cavaliers. Steve in the left lane, the 63 Corvette. I'm not sure how it's set in the computer, but I think it's the first one to do it. So I think the best you can do here is second on the list. If somebody could match that 90 with a 0, it almost happened right there. Theodore went 89.8 and 158. Leo runs 988, 173. The Mopar truck, Pat DeBottis. Howell, Michigan, Dakota. He was the winner of the Friday night shootout here. He's already won a grand here this weekend. Take on Nate Ruman. Wabash, Indiana. 91 Beretta, 588 cubic inch. I think I heard Warren say yesterday a past U.S. National Champion in Super Gas is Nate. It's about as... other than going to Pomona to the banquet, that's about as big of an accomplishment in this type of racing, that's for sure. The bonnet turns it way red. 004 for Nate in the left-hand lane. Down the finish line, it'll be a 993 to a 991, 173 for the Beretta out of Indiana. Burning Money, Sam Patrick, 77-year-old Sam Patrick in the 37 Chevy Coupe. Sandpoint, Michigan, and Pat Martin right lane, the Davis Roadster. All right, first call for everyone else here in no box, the modified class, modified. We're opening up the lanes, modified, round one of eliminations. Saturday 5 grander, modified, lanes 7 and 8. And then when those 2 lanes fill up, please overflow into lanes 5 and 6, please. Throttle stop over there. He pulls away from Martin, but now the Roadster chasing on him. Finish line, it'll be a 982 to a 992, 132 miles per hour. Chris Tenuta and Paul Racer Brown. Paul in the right-hand lane out of Cass City, Michigan. The Dodge Roadster taking on the Corvette Roadster out of Kenosha, Wisconsin on the left side. .990 Super Gassers out here. Their qualifying run this morning. A little better reaction time in the right lane. Turns the throttle stop on a little earlier. The finish line, 992 to a 989.3, 165 miles per hour. A 92.0 in the right lane, 157 miles per hour. Elena Haas The 05 Davis Roadster in the right-hand lane, and Scott Mackey's Chevy 2, Fort Myers, Florida, 582 cubic inch big block Chevy. Times. Elena and Scott down the finish line. It's going to be a 991.8, 174 to a 993.3, 150.40 miles per hour. Mike Lagos. The 1992 Chevrolet Camaro, Cass City, Michigan. And Tim Gillespie out of Xenia, Ohio. 33 Ford Roadster bodied super gasser. 505 cubic inches of power plant in the left-hand lane for Gillespie. Once again, a reminder to our no-box competitors, once lanes 7 and 8 fill up, please overflow into 5 and 6 if you would, please. Got a red light for Lagos by 001, just missed the perfect reaction time. 014 green for Gillespie, trying to hit a 90 here on the scoreboard, and it does not happen. Mike missed by a lot there. He went 10.08, 156, which is unusual for him, and Gillespie runs 92 with a 1, 153.71. McMillan and wife. This is Corrine McMillan, Ajax, Ontario, Canada, a past champion of this event, 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. And 024 for Corrine. Down to the finish line, it'll be 9.879, 159.80 miles per hour. And our final super gas car has went down the track. We are going to do a little bit of maintenance out here and get ready for round one of eliminations. Our $5,000 to win no box class should be heading to the lanes if you're not already there. And once again, those drivers back there in the safety lanes, once lanes 7 and 8 fill up, please, please, please overflow into lanes 5 and 6. So let's get down here for a few minutes. We do some track prep before we get into eliminations. Concessions are opened, and also the fuel building and souvenir stand opened. Make sure you get over there and check out the new Motorplex t-shirts and sweatshirts that are available. 2024 editions of the Mid-Michigan Motorplex t-shirt available over there, and sweatshirt before you leave this weekend, and check it out. And congratulate last night's champions that were out here. We had a couple of shootouts in the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association, and a Nostalgia Super Stock. I'm gonna go by memory here, so if I mess this up, I apologize. But the Nostalgia Super Stock champion Dan Fabian was the Friday night winner. The stick shift shootout, can't forget that one. That was as memorable as it gets, as Ben Wenzel and Paul McCure ran on that final round. Ben picking up the win. And the main event last night in the Moneymaker Series, $2,000 kickoff event, it was Tim Stout being Jeremy Johnson in the final round by 1,000th of a second. Stout was the first Moneymaker winner of the weekend. Top ET, Rob Lutzke defeated Jeff Gilman in the final round. So Lutzke with back-to-back wins here at the Motorplex. He has won the last two events out here in Top ET. Super Gas Shootout. It was Pat DeBatis picking up the Friday night win in the Dodge pickup truck. And in Super Comp, the Haas and Carruthers Dragster picked up another win out here. Rock Haas sitting behind the wheel last night for the Friday night 890 Shootout Championship. So it was a good opening night here on what is truly become a triple header weekend. Our Moneymaker Series with the big money racing for no box racers, and then throw in the Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock Association, and then throw in the Rockin Super Shootout, and it makes a pretty darn cool event, and pack the pits full of racers, and just a fun event to compete in and watch as well. So thank each and every one of you for being here and attending, and a couple more days to go here. We have a bunch of $5,000 winners should be handed out today. Our main event in the Moneymaker event is $5,000 to win. Super Gas is paying $5,000 to win today. Super Comp is paying $5,000 to win. And Top ET, and is that all that's competing? I think that's everybody competing today. But talking earlier, and if I'm wrong, I don't know which event it is, but I don't know of any other event in Super Gas or Super Comp that pays $5,000 to win. When they write you a check at the end of the day for $5,000 to win, I think this may be as big as it gets in the world of Super Gas and Super Comp. So pretty big weekend here. You win the U.S. Nationals, you're not getting $5,000 to win Super Gas or Super Comp, I can assure you. And that's typically on the calendar as big as it gets. So the Rockin Super Shootout has turned into an event much bigger than the U.S. Nationals. I don't care who you talk to, but that's our story, and we're sticking to it. All right, we are about ready to go into round one of eliminations, and we'll go into our national anthem. Before we do that, we'll have our chaplain, Hugh Goodale, start us off.
Thank you, Jeff. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we give thanks once again for another race day here at Mid-Michigan Motorplex, and thankful for the Ledford family and the crew they have here and the race that they run. What a beautiful day we had yesterday. Just pray, Lord, you be with us once again today and be with each one of the sponsors of these different classes. Lord, what a blessing they are. Lord, give us safety throughout the facility. Watch over our drivers as they strap in and go racing today. Lord, and we just want to give you thanks for the blessings we have. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, here we go. The start of Saturday activities will be with a Moneymaker $5,000 event in round number one, coming out of the staging lanes. And here we go. Danny Gales Jr. and William D. Gibbons going to lead us out. Gibbons out of Detroit, Michigan. S10 Chevy truck down into the 624. Danny Gales the left lane and Ford Mustang on an 818. Round one of the Moneymaker. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree coming down. Mustang lead first. Green line, red light for Gibbons in the S10. So Danny Gales will move into round number two. Gibbons will have to use a buyback if he wants to stay in the event. Dominic White, Muncie, Indiana, S10 pickup truck and left-hand lane going to be down on a 595. And Jeremy Johnson, Kalamazoo, Michigan, 78 Chevy Malibu, went all the way to the final round last night. Going to be down 652 right here. Reigning WDRA division champion is Jeremy Johnson, sitting number 2 in the weekend points right now in the black Chevy Malibu out of Kalamazoo. Now here, round number 1. Dominic White was ready with an 0:14 reaction time, and he runs a dead on 595 on a 595. White with a good run right there. Jeremy will have to use this buyback with that entry. Adam Howard and Tom Garlock. Tom in the left-hand lane, 657 dial, an S10 pickup truck. and Adam Howard in the right-hand lane. The 76 Chevy Nova out of Battle Creek, Michigan. Going to dial it in at 6:54. Adam Howard, Tom Garlock, give it to Adam Howard. 6:57 on a 6:54 with an 0:43 winning reaction time. Garlock was 0:71 on the hit. Ford Mustang up against the Fiero here. Andy Wingo, Gaylord, Michigan, 5:67 right lane. Ryan Voss in a Ford in the left lane down 6:42. Mustang and the Fiero, wind light going, Mustang. 6:50 on a 6:42. Wingo got there first, oh my. He got there first by over 400ths of a second and broke out 1,000th of a second. Ken Hansen and Brian Malasik. Brian left-hand lane, the Dodge Dart Sport down 595, and Ken Hansen's Impala right-hand lane down with an 8:51. Brian Malasik with the win, 0:15 and 3 over the dial-in. Ken was 0:44 and 10th over the dial-in. Joe Brown, Fenville, Michigan, the VP Racing Fuel S10. And Dave Wells, the S10 from Pullman, Michigan, 598 to a 628. Finish line. It is going to be Joe Brown by 6,000th of a second. 0:19 and 100th over. Wells is 0:35 dead zero. Not good enough that time. Chris Massbergen and Kevin Reeder are next. Kevin in the S10 of the right-hand lane down 6:17, and Chris in the Chevy 2, 7:04. Chris, a former finalist at the WDRA bracket finals. Went all the way to the final round, got runner-up a couple years ago. Racing up against Kevin Reeder right here. Finish line, it's going Chris. 7:06 on a 7:04. Kevin got there first, went 3,000ths under the dial-in. Jerry Unger and Tim Flynn, the Barracuda and the Plymouth Arrow. 6:26 for Jerry, 6:41 for Tim. Finish line winner going Barracuda by 8,000th of a second. Tim Flynn takes out Jerry Unger. Jerry's dead zero, but had an 0:54 reaction time. JDS Racing, 69 Camaro. Ray Lane, Jim Martin's out 6:57, and Rich Fields, the Chevelle out of Naperville, Illinois, 6:08 in the left lane. Both drivers, we got a little trickery going on the start line right now here. Fields goes in. Now Martin puts it in. That is not like Jim Martin right there, but he missed the tree. Easy win for Fields there in the left-hand lane. Kelly Smith and Jamie Ritzema. White Cloud, Michigan. Bel Air Roadster-bodied Chevrolet 512 and Jamie Ritzema, the only two-wheeler in competition here. Zeeland, Michigan Suzuki dialed 646. Through there, the Rockin in the left-hand lane for Smith at 5:22 on a 5:12 with an 0:29 winning reaction time. Toby Croning and Chris Kozlik are next. The Vega wagon is going to dial 641 on the left. The pickup truck on a 592 in the right side. Toby out there right now, 592 to a 641. Winner going right lane. Toby Croning, 029, 2 over the dial in. That's good enough to turn the win light on. Kozlik was 043, 3 over the dial in. Keith Grubaugh and Mark Hancock. Mark in the left-hand lane. The Ford dialed in at 653, a little bit of mopping going on. Keith Grubaugh in right-hand lane, the Chevelle dialed 654. Mark Hancock backing up here in the left-hand lane, getting himself relined up after the little cleanup. A red light for Mark Hancock by 050. Keith Grubaugh going to get the win here. He runs dead on with an 8 at the end with an 0:11 reaction time, so that's 19 total there for Grubaugh. Good run here in round one. Tom Artakis and Ron Smith. Chevy 2 in the left, Barracuda in the right. 633 to a 687. Pretty close on reaction time here, and look at that. Artakis, 029 dead, 8 beats an 032, 1 over the dial in. Good drag race right there between Tom Artakis and Ron Smith. So our next pair, roll on up. Aiden Lutzke and John Halteman. John in the Nova with a 601. Aiden in the 79 Chevy Camaro, 667. And down the finish line, it'll be a winner right lane, 607 on a 601. Halteman with a much better reaction time that time. Aiden had his worst reaction of the year right there. Joe Whitaker and Zach Running out there. Zach's going to be in the right-hand lane, the Calais with a dial of 608, and Joe Whitaker, the Daytona, dial 655 in the left-hand lane. It's be a good drag race. Two next generations, actually Gen 3 is Joe. Zach, well, we're looking at two Gen 3s on the starting line. The running family been around forever. This is Zach. And Joe in the left lane for the Mopar. Wow. I told you. Joe is 007 dead 3 in the left. Zach is 018 dead 2 in the right. 20 total, and he's 100th behind at the finish line. Attention to pits, Dave Sears. Dave Sears to Rock Haas's trailer, please. Dave Sears to Rock Haas's trailer, please. Michaela Hemmerline and Carl Greaves on the trailer line this time. The Chevy 2, about 585, and Michaela Hemmerline in the colors, 636. Carl, win white, Michaela. Randy Reed and Eric Doobie coming up in the left-hand lane. The Mopar from Frankenmuth, Michigan. Left-hand lane down in the 751, and Randy Reed from Ionia, Michigan. 87 Ford Ranger with a 667. Right lane 666 on a 667. Left lane, Eric Doobie, 721. Jaden Durst, right lane, Foster, Ohio, the S10 down into 646, and Paul Adamitis Mustang, 634. Drivers, we know that lanes 5 and 6 are filled. We know they're filled all the way to the back. Please just keep using 5 and 6. We will finish the round in lanes 5 and 6. Don't use any of the lanes. Just stay in 5 and 6. Paul and Jaden, finish line. Jaden, much better reaction time, an 0:15 in 10 over the island for the win. Joe Stowe and Tim Stout. Joe in the Chevelle in the left-hand lane. Big black car, dialed 655. Got his work cut out in round number 1. He's taking on the guy that won it last night, Tim Stout. The S10 going to dial 669. Joe Stowe and Tim Stout. Give it to Stout. Wow. Stout is seeing the tree. He's 008, 1 over for the first round win. Joe was 029 and could not win. Could not win with an 029 in that run. Jordan Mikula and Pat Nye. Pat in the Bad Axe Dart. 642 dial-in. He's actually from Bad Axe, Michigan. Taking on Jordan Mikula, Sumner, Michigan, Dodge Dakota 657. Pat has not been down the track yet. He has had an issue on both runs. And he's on a run this time. This will be his first one of the day. And the winner right lane, 659 on a 57. Pat was 006. Jordan was 003. Billy Meyer and Mike Knapp. Mikey in the Ford Fairmont left lane down to 588, and Billy Meyer in the Duster right lane down 624. Green light, look at that. Mike Knapp, 005, dead 0 in the left. Meyer went 1 red in the right-hand lane, so Mike Knapp going to get the win on that one. Paul Rommel and Stan Jones Jr. Stan, Byron Center, Michigan Corvette down in a 593, taking on the 69 Chevy Camaro. Paul Rommel, Pensacola, Florida, down in a 772. Florida racer does the deep staging deal here in the left-hand lane. And he turns it 1 red. It's over at the start line, 001 red light for Paul Rommel. Stan Jones Jr. will advance, running a 94 on a 93. Our next pair. Megan Bigelow going back to the burn box here, the Chevrolet Corvette out of Spring Lake, Michigan. Down in here with a 672, taking on the $1 Million Man, Donnie Hagar, Clark Lake, Michigan. A&A Manufacturing, VP Racing Fuels, Chevy Vega. Not much to say about Donnie that he already don't know. He's been to the mountaintop, and he's riding on the mountaintop. 648 dial in here, taking on Megan Bigelow. Of course, last fall, Donnie became the first man to ever win the $1 Million race without a delay box in his car. That's what started everything. Donnie's fame goes, and then he went on to win the WDR bracket finals. He's going to win here in round number 1. 0.26 reaction time for the win there for Donnie Hagar. Matt Knapp and Jeff Sanchez are next. Jeff in the right lane, the Chevy 2, 628. Matt in the Ranger Dell, 657. Dead 1. 6.571 on a 657. Sanchez was dead 4, but turned it red. Tom Bray and Mark Martinez next. Mark in the Chevy 2, dialed 603. Tom in the Camaro, dialed 730. Martinez, 6:04 on a 6:03 with an 0:36 winning reaction time for Mark Martinez. John Botka and Brian Kuda. Straw Boss left lane 72 Maverick, 658 dial in. And John Botka's Camaro from West Olive dialed 626. Brian Kuda with a win there, 655 and a 658. John Botka turned it 034 red. Frank Cervantes in the right-hand lane. Portage, Indiana Camaro dialed 613. And Chuck Johnson left lane 69 Dodge Coronet dialed 815. Down the finish line, a win in right lane for Frank, a 6:14 on a 6:13 dial-in with an 0:53 winning reaction time. Breakout in the left-hand lane. Chuck got there first, but went 8:13. John Erskine and Mike Kane Mike in the Irons Michigan Challenger dialed 603, and John Erskine's on a 638 dial-in the left-hand lane. 69 Chevy Camaro. The moneymaker. Kane, 6:04 and a 6:03 with an 0:35 winning reaction time. Erskine got there first, went 7 thousandths under the dial-in. Emma Helsel and Kyle Yacko. Yacko in the Daytona, 6-6-6 for a dial-in. Emma's going to dial 741 to the right. Kyle Yacko and Emma Helsel, winner going Kyle Yacko. 667 on a 666 with 044 winning reaction time. Tim Howard, the Heisinger for Congress, VP Racing Fuels, Dodge Daytona left-hand lane, Hamilton, Michigan, down 610. Have his hands full here with Alyssa Martin. Beaverton, Michigan, S10. Young lady went to the semifinal last night, sitting number 3 in the points going into today's event with a 626 dial-in. Both 00 on the reaction times. Finish line, it'll be, oh my. Alyssa Martin is 004, dead 3. Howard is 008 and cannot win. 008 and can't win the race. Neil Swain, the Jeep in the right lane out of Portland, Michigan, down at a 582. And Al Brouchart's Duster down 620. Line. Oh, Al Brouchart was 003 on the launch, but then went 4 thou under in the left. Neil is 036, 1 over for the win. Jeff Alexander and John Kutzik. John in the Chevelle dialed 605. Jeff in the Chevy Monza dialed 601. Rolling through round number 1 in the moneymaker. Close to call on reaction times here. Finish line winner going right lane by 0.02 of a second. Alexander was 018, Kutzik was 020. Alexander's 1 over the dial-in, Kutzik's 1 over the dial-in. Margin of victory 0.02 of a second. Tracy Mutchler and Chris Heminger on the starting line. The Oldsmobile in the S10 truck. Truck going to dial 630. Oldsmobile's going to dial 722. Tracy Mutchler with a 004 light and a win down there, taking 009 at the finish line. Jason Hicks and Scott Bartlett. The Oldsmobile in the left-hand lane down 770, and Hicks in the Cutlass 691. the right-hand lane of 696 on the 691 with an 026 winning reaction time for Jason Hicks. James Coe and Joe Percy Jr., the Ford Mustang in the right-hand lane, down 649. James in the 06 Pontiac Grand Prix, 940. Good one here between James Coe and Joe Percy. Winner going Percy, 006, 400ths over the dial in. James is 022, 1400ths over the dial in. The next pair rolling up the sideline, Paul Phillip and Scott Kiefer. Scott in the right lane, Detroit, Michigan, 55 Chevrolet, down 606. Paul in the fair lane from Kalamazoo, 689. Runs 300s over the dial in. Nate Alexander in the Chevrolet Vega on the right-hand lane down to 614, taking on Al Majewski's 56 Chevy, 605. Chevy in the Chevy Vega. Winner going Vega, 616 on a 614. 047 light for Alexander. Wins by 7 thousandths at the finish line. Al had a better reaction time, but went 600ths over the dial in. David Chittenden and Chuck Reynolds next. Chevrolet Monte Carlo from Farwell down 654. The blue Mustang from Nunica. Dave Chittenden down 643. Chuck just nailed the tree over there in left-hand lane. Is going to help him get the win here. He's 007, 4 over. Dave is under, but it didn't matter. He didn't get there first. He's 073 on the reaction time. Mike Kelly and Ron Williams. A couple of Mustangs here going to run. Ron in the right-hand lane down in at a 640. 618 for Mike Kelly in the left. Kelly. John Van Haren, Chesaning, Michigan, 65 GTO. Together again in the right-hand lane down in on a 595. And Ron Hagar, the 79 Starfire, going to be in the left lane down 831. Winner, Van Haren. 006 reaction time and 3 over the dial in for Van Haren and a very good run. Hagar was 041 and nothing he could do. Van Haren's 006 helped him get the win there. Al McChesney, the Belvedere from Freeland, 629. Jason Mikula's Chevy 2, 601. 586, 2 over the dial-in. Jason Mikula got to the finish line first by 003. He needed to take 002 or less to turn the win light on. Jason Jenkins and Kevin Huntley. The Dodge Dart right lane down 586, and Jason's Mustang left lane down 802. Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. We need Super Comp, round 1 of elimination. Super Comp, Super Comp, Super Comp to the stadium lanes, please. Lane 3 and 4, Super Comp. We need you to the lanes. Kevin Huntley picking up the win on that last one with a nice 004 winning reaction time. Roger Reed and Lou Robertson on the straight line. Lou's got the Truckdale 565, Roger in the Fairmont 674. Once again, Super Comp to the stadium lanes. Robertson, 566 on 565. Roger had a better reaction time, got there first. Took a little too much stripe, going 9 thousandths under the dial-in. Tyler Nelkin and Dan Gorby. The VP Racing Fuels, Harlan Sharp Camaro in the left-hand lane for Sheridan, Michigan racer, Del 620. Tyler in the Mustang right-hand lane. Fraser, Michigan, down 601. Left lane, 622 on a 620. An 042 winning reaction time for Dan. Tyler missed the tree. Jason Hemmerline and Warren Smith will be next. Warren in the right-hand lane, the righteous ride. Ford Mustang out of Temperance, Michigan, Del 629. Taking on a 533 dial-in for the Camaro. Jason Hemmerline in the left-hand lane. Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp to the stadium lanes. Round 1, Super Comp. Wait. 535 and a 533 for Hemmerline. Warren had a little better reaction time. It broke out down there, giving Jason Hemmerline the win. Adam Green and Dick Penninger Jr. Milan, Michigan, Malibu Wagon down 713. The 66 Chevy Nova in the right lane for Adam Green, 687. Dead on, 687 on a 687 for Adam Green. He will advance with an 035 winning reaction time. AJ Selleck in the Beretta going left lane dial in a 546, taking on D. Gibbons right lane out of Detroit, 86 S10, down in a 625. And Gibbons on the finish line, win line going. Gibbons, 006, dead 713 total for the pickup truck. A 27 reaction time for AJ, and he could not win that one. Dominic White and Andy Wingo. Fierro Del 566, the S10 Del 596. You have called Super Comp to the signal lanes, please. Super Comp. Andy with an 034, one over for the win. Dominic with an 046, dead on for the L. 009 margin of victory for Andy Wingo. Kevin Reeder and Danny Gales Jr. The Mustang Delta 820 in the left-hand lane. Kevin in the S10, 616 in the right-hand side. Challenger coming up the right-hand lane. That's going to be Mike Stokes in right side Delta in a 546. And Tom Garlock, Pullman, Michigan S10, 657. Super Comp, we need you bad. Super Comp, we need you bad. Garlock and Mike Stokes out there. Garlock too close to call on reaction times. Look at the numbers. 0.02 of a second to Tom Garlock. He's 0.18 one over. Soak is 0.24 dead on. Makes the margin of victory 0.002 at the finish line for the pickup truck. JDS Racing Camaro, Jim Martin back up in the right-hand lane. He's going to dial 656, taking on the VP Racing pickup truck of Fenville, Michigan's Joe Brown. 628 dial in. Joe Brown with the victory on the last one. He's 004, running forward the dial and taking 002 stripe. Chris Messbergen taking the Grossing Racing S10 pickup truck. 593 in the truck, 704 for the Nova in the left-hand lane. Red light for the pickup truck, win light going Chris Messbergen. Ken Hansen back up with the Chevrolet Impala, Crystal, Michigan, down in an 854, and Ryan Voss in a Mustang, 642. Seeing some of our double entries coming back around here toward the end of the line, which means we should have Super Comp in the stadium lanes. Super Comp in the stadium lanes. For Hansen, Mustang chasing on him. Finish line winner, left lane. Look at that. 045, dead 2. Beats an 045, 1 over the dial-in. Ryan Voss advances. Mark Daniels and Dave Wells up. Dave in the left lane in the truck this time. Down in a 597. Mark in the Camaro, 633. Winner in the left-hand lane, 602 on a 597 with 020 winning reaction time. Daniels got there first in the right-hand lane, went 1,000th under the dial-in. Tim Stout back up with entry number 2, taking on Rich Fields with entry number 2 in the left-hand lane. 6:08 to a 6:69 here. Wingrove in the left-hand lane there in the last pair. Tim Stout turned the red light on. So like wiping up a little debris from the last car down through there. Tom Artigas Jr. in the right-hand lane coming up with the Barracuda. Going to race up against the Ford Mustang of Mark Hancock. Supercom, once you're paired up, if you could pull forward. Supercom, once you're paired up, if you could pull forward, we'd appreciate that. Supercom, once you're paired up, please pull forward. We need to open up the back of the stage lane so we can get some more cars called here. Mark and Tom on the line. To call in reaction time here. Down the finish line, it'll be left lane. 6:55 on a 6:55 with an 0:29. Thomas 0:25 and 6:36. Jaden Durst and Tim Flynn next. Tim in the left lane, down 6:42. Jaden in the right lane, down 6:47. For the win. He's 0:28 green. In runs at 6:44. Kelly Smith and Jeremy Johnson on the start line. Jeremy in the right lane, the Malibu downline at a 6:52. Kelly in the left lane, the 57 Roadster downline at a 5:11. Supercom, we need you bad. Supercom, to the front of the lanes, please. We need you. You're about to roll out on the track. Supercom, we need you bad. Jeremy Johnson with a 006 reaction time and a win right there in the right-hand lane. Supercomp, please pull forward so we can use the rear of the lanes for our stock and super stockers. We need our Supercomps to please pull forward so we can use the rear of the stage lanes for our stockers and super stockers. With that said, we will start calling the stockers and super stockers to the lanes for round one. Stockers and super stockers to the lanes for round one. Donnie Hagar, Tyler Howard. Tyler in the left lane, driving the Howard family, Battle Creek, Michigan, 664 dial in left. Donnie in right lane, the Vega, dial 648. Down the finish line, it'll be Donnie Hagar, 655 on a 648. Ron Smith and Chris Kozlik. Chris in right-hand lane, the wagon down in a 639, and Ron Smith left-hand lane, the Chevy 2 down 689. We have called Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock to the rear of the lanes. Great Lakes Stock and Super Stock for round one of eliminations to get paired up. So we are shut down. We're getting some sprinkles. We'll see what we get here. I think probably everybody in America at this point has a weather app on their phone, and not so sure how closely you've been following it, but the mitten has a lot of color drawn on it today, and it's kind of heading in our direction. So we're rolling along here, hoping for a miracle. just kind of give you an update on what's kind of happening right now. We're really analyzing our options here. Just to let you know, we're analyzing our options. Obviously, it's not pouring at the moment. Every one of us have radar on our phones and see the blob and see what's going on, and just trying to see what kind of situation we get ourselves in as far as waiting. I should throw this out. We are not a track that races all night. We do not do that here. We are not a stay up and race till 5 o'clock in the morning track, and that will never happen here unless it's for 50 grand and it's a fog out or something weird like that, which actually that night, going back, we wanted to quit, but the racers didn't. So that's why that one went half the night. But we haven't made a clear decision right now on what we're attempting to do here, but the radar is what we're looking at. Let's just go with that. We're not looking at what's happening this moment. It might be what's happening in an hour or 2 hours or 4 hours or the rest of the day. So just give us a little bit of time here, and we will we'll kind of we want to make the best decision for the racers and not hand out everybody $74.25 a piece. That's not really the goal of anybody that came here either. So we'll keep analyzing what's happening and the way we think it might happen as far as weather for the rest of the afternoon, and we'll keep you posted. All right, if I could have your attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pit area. We're slow at making a decision, but we've made the decision. What we are going to do, we are all done for today. There will be no more cars down the track today based on radar, based on what's hitting the window right now, and what we have to put down the track. So the best decision for as a whole will be that we will, starting out with the Moneymaker Racers, we will have a Saturday and Sunday combined pot tomorrow, so which means it's $7,000 to win tomorrow. We did not complete round number 1. We did not complete round 1 today, so we are starting from scratch as if today did not happen. I'm randomly thinking here, so we probably got some guys that have buyback money that in the office that have paid. Maybe we should have communicated with the office first. We'll get that figured out, but we won't keep your buyback money or anything like that. But we are done for the day. The stock and super stock racers kind of have a plan. The super gas super comp racers kind of have a plan. I'll announce those as soon as I know exactly, but I'm pretty sure that super gas super comp guys went from racing in the biggest race ever to now it's going to be even bigger than that. I think you're looking at maybe, I'm looking at the flyer, $8,000 to win tomorrow. Wow. I thought it was 7. It's going to be $8,000 to win Super Gas Super Comp tomorrow with a qualifying run. So maybe if you could go home and find a Super Gas or Super Comp car and get back here tomorrow, you could race for $8,000 in an 890 or 990 class. But all seriousness, we think that is probably the best plan of action with what's going on with our weather right now and the radar. We will combine the payouts for tomorrow. I'll give you a much more detailed deal. Probably make a new flyer here once we get off the microphone and get something posted that shows the amounts and and what's going to happen. Time schedule tomorrow. We are on the track. It's exactly the same as today, basically, with a great forecast for tomorrow. So I'm just kind of rambling right now. But we are combining the Moneymaker race, 5,000 and the 2,000 together, so 7,000 to win in no box. Box, that's turned into a pretty decent Sunday race with $2,700 to win in box tomorrow. So call your buddies and call your friends, somebody that was wondering about coming and didn't want to race tomorrow. You'll get a time run, $2,700 to win in box, $7,000 to win in no box, and so once again, we are done for today. We're done for today. If it does rain or don't rain for the next 5 or 6 hours, we are going to deal with our decision. But we just felt with what's happening, and we once again, as I said earlier, we are not a track that races till 4 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning. We don't do that. Feel like it kind of gets in a little bit of a safety issue, and just don't want to deal with that. So rather than start up and then stop and start up and then stop, or have to split after round 2, and you get a very small amount instead of a chance at 5,000 or 1,500, we will combine them and race for pretty decent money tomorrow. So on the track tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.